Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Yep. Okay. Now I've confirmed. God. Goodness. Yep. Hi. So I was really struggling to. Okay, great. Hi, join hands. It was really a huge struggle. Like I thought I was live all this while, not knowing that it wasn't live, and I didn't know how things were going, but I'm glad I was able to fix it. All right. Good day, everyone. Oh, Ritimi says light off here. so, sorry about that. Battery about to die soon. Uh, that's sad. Sorry. I know how that feels. Okay. And accelerating, welcome. Joy hints, tech tips and tricks. Interesting. Happy to have you all join the stream today. And how is it going? Says my video is blank. My video feed is blank. Blessing, hi Blessing. You can't see me? Is that the case? Can you tell us about the room and if all we find job? Oh, okay. Uh, hi Blessing. Are you not seeing me? Hello. Said my video stream is blank. Let me confirm. Please, any other person having issues with the stream? Uh, yeah, because I can see. Oh, it's dark. Is that the case? Like, ooh, what's Blessing says I can't. Blessing, please refresh your screen, I guess. Like refresh. Yeah, it's dark. Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Let me open the blinds. I don't know. No, I don't know if this helps. Oh, I think usually it's this thing that causes that. Yeah, should be better now. When my tabletop lamp is on, it usually causes some dark. Yep. Let's see. I hope it's better now. Ooh. Yep. So I hope we are good now. Let's see. We're going to jump into our what is it called? First session soon, but I've seen a couple of questions, so let me just talk or respond to those questions. Then we'll start soon. Hi, Mohammed. Okay. Hi, Mohammed. Welcome. Biruk Fikadu. You're welcome to the stream. Okay. Blessing. I'm glad to know that it's better now. Hmm. So let me try pick out the questions that came. Hinok. Hi Hinok. It's been a long time. Think some of you will come and beat me because I've abandoned you in the Telegram group and I haven't been checking up. Yeah, you're welcome. Happy to have you here. Um so it says, can you tell us about the room and if we can find job? Mm, yeah, so for those of you who do not know, I mean, ALS has the talent grooming arm called The Room. And The Room essentially prepares graduates from the ALS program for the job market. All right. And they try to connect you with job offers. However, you need to qualify to get into the room, and by qualifying you would have to be a learner in any of the ALS programs, and you must have been introduced to the room as well and taking the room assessment. Once you take the room assessment and you pass, then you'll be sent an invite to join the room. And I was going to say something, yeah. So I think the point I want to make is that I know a lot of us are desperately looking for jobs, or wishing that as soon as we graduate we should get a job to work. The rooms state emphatically that they do not guarantee a job. Guarantee a job. They are going to do their best, help you prepare for a job, and also connect you with potential employers, like organize master classes to teach you the things that you need to do to go through to get a job and all of that. But then they do not guarantee you a job. So that is what I can say. By being a member of the room, you are open to various opportunities. They share opportunities that you can apply to. They give you information on how to prepare, say, your CV, how to get ready for these jobs, right? But then they do not guarantee you a job. And I know the company has a lot of other things going on to facilitate or assist graduates from the program in getting jobs, but emphatically they do not guarantee you jobs. That means you'd have to also put in some work to get jobs, and not expect that just by sitting down somewhere the room will find job for you to get into. So yeah, that's my answer. All right, what's the other question? Fikadu is asking, so I'm guessing the question is, are you fully completed your ALS class? And the answer is yes. So I completed ALS in June. No, I completed on June 16th. I remember that very day. June 16th was my final day as an ALS learner. And a lot of people actually did not know that I was still a learner those times. Yeah, but that was when I completed, not so long ago anyway. So I'm done with ALS SE. Okay. Yep. Hi everyone. Hamsel, Mark, you're all welcome. And today I'm seeing a few new people in the chat. I'm happy to have you all here. And just for the sake of those who are joining the stream for the first time, I would introduce myself and the stream and the purpose for this particular stream. So I am Oberewonia. Probably you would have seen it on the channel. So this is my personal channel where I initially created the channel to just um, document my journey in life in general, not any specific field. And when I started, I was actually a pharmacy student when I created the channel. So if you look at some of the videos on the channel, you realize that some content was when I was a pharmacy student, and also when I became a pharmacist as well. Then I transitioned to learn software engineering, became a software engineer just this year. I mean, I graduated in June, that's barely 2 months ago, and currently working with the ALS SE team as the curriculum analyst and also the lead for the intro to software engineering program. And currently also doing my master's in health informatics. Yeah. And as part of documenting my journey, I have that responsibility of motivating other people or inspiring other people, probably people like yourself who are also fighting to get ahead in this technological field, trying to learn new skills and all. And one of the key things that a lot of people that I've interacted with have pointed out is the lack of motivation to keep going when it comes to some of these things, especially when you're learning by yourself and all. So, a solution that we came up with was to organize these study with me or work with me sessions where we all gather together for, throughout the day. So for the past 2 to 3 weeks, we've been doing this almost every day, and we are live for close to 6 hours. That means that within those that period of 6 hours, you get to learn and also interact with ourselves. The duration is broken down into various sessions. Each session is made up of 60 minutes of focused learning and 15 minutes of discussion or break time, even though mostly our break time takes more time. Usually, depending on the questions that we have, we can have more than just 15 minutes, and that is totally fine with us for as long as we are learning. The goal is to serve as a motivation to everyone who is struggling on their own to learn. Once you find others here, you find them studying, you're also motivated to study and sit on your butt to really study, and also to keep you focused, because sometimes when you're learning alone, there are a lot of distractions. And I use myself as an example that since we started this streaming, for those 6 hours that we are live, I don't get to touch my phone. Like, my phone is what I'm using to record right now, and I've put it on airplane mode. No calls are coming through, nothing, no sort of distractions from my phone, and I get to get work done. Like, I do stuff. I'm able to finish a lot of things that I plan to get done, and I think it's making me more efficient than I used to be. So that is one of the key reasons why we started these sort of streams. You're all welcome if this is your first time, and I'm happy to have you here. And I hope that you join the family for us to motivate one another to achieve great things together. We get things done here. So if you're ready to get things done, then you are welcome. The other thing that I will add is that when you join the stream, the advantage is this: when you start learning anything at all, if you're struggling to understand anything, you just drop it in the chat and we're happy to discuss it. It doesn't matter what you're learning. Okay, any tech related skill. I'm not saying that I'm a guru at anything. I'm not an expert in anything. I'm a student of everything. So I like to learn, and I'm happy to learn with you and the whole community at large. So drop every question that you have, and during the focus session you'd see that I'll focus doing stuff. And because I'm at work, like sometimes I have meetings, you see me having meetings or talking with people and all of that. Also at work, I talk to some of the learners who are having issues with their tax and things. I have to sort them out. So you see me on the stream talking, but sometimes I'm not talking to the audience. If I'm talking to the audience, you obviously hear me talking to the audience. Talking to you. You hear that I'm talking to you. Otherwise, you all get focused. But during that focus period, you don't have to wait till we are done before you now put your questions in there. As soon as you encounter any difficulty, just drop your question in the chat, and we are happy to discuss it during the next break. So yeah, welcome so much. Forty Fusion, say, can you please answer my question? Please, what is your question? Okay. Uh Fikadu says, thank you for your answer, bro. You're welcome, Fikadu. Footy Fusion says, can I switch program from software engineering to data analytics? If you want to switch a program in ALS, it's all it means is that you'd have to drop out of one program and apply to the other program. So I don't, I can't say no. It's all a matter of, if you don't want software engineering, you want data analytics. We don't have any transfer like that. So the programs are totally different and they are managed by different teams. Okay, so you can't say software engineering team should move you to data analytics team. It doesn't make sense. I mean, in terms of how the courses are structured in ALS. So all you have to do is apply. I mean, you drop out from one program and you apply to the other program. And yeah, I think that is how it is. ALS SE Plus. Rotimi, what exactly do you want to know about it? Because that's essentially the ALS program, that the ALS SE program that we know already, plus ALS Foundations. So ALS Foundations is more of a leadership, no, soft skills based program, which is like 3 months in duration. So you go and you learn things, soft skills, majorly, yeah, soft skills, leadership skills, personal development, those things to prepare you, and also like build that mental fortitude for the ALS SE program itself. So all of that put together is the ALS SE plus. So that's 15 months. So 12 months of the software engineering and 3 months of soft skills development. So the soft skills development first. Afterwards, then you go for the what is it called? The software engineering. Futi Fusion says, so I have to withdraw from SC and then do apply. I cannot apply when I am still in SC, and then when I get approved, I withdraw. Yeah, I'm not too sure about that, but what I know is sometimes when your name is registered in the database already as a learner, you may be rejected when you apply to another program. So hey, I mean, this stream is not for me to come and respond to like ALS questions as an official of ALS. So let me make that disclaimer. I'm not saying this as the mouthpiece of ALS, right? This is based on what I personally know, and it's my personal opinion that I'm sharing here. Please don't go and quote me somewhere that this is what ALS said. No, even though I work for ALS, I'm saying this based on what I know and not official. So if you want like an official response, you can always send a query to the support team and they will give you the official response. But what I know is that sometimes when your name is already registered in the system, they are not going to accept you for a new program because you are currently a student there. Okay, so if it's going to easily work out, I think it would be that you should drop out from the one. That means you no longer are a student in there and you can easily apply to the other program. So yeah, that's to the best of my knowledge. uh okay, Shazes Mike says, hello, the upcoming 3 year software engineering course, will it affect my current 12-month course because I already joined the waiting list? You joined the waiting list for the 3 year program. I mean, it's not going to affect your what is it called, your current program. For as long as you're enrolled in the current program and you're actively engaging and doing what you are supposed to do, submitting your projects, meeting your monthly threshold or milestones, that's all you need to keep going, right? So I can't really speak much about the new program that's the university program that is in the pipeline. I can't talk to that because I don't know much about it. But once you are in the program, the current one, for as long as you are doing what you are supposed to do and you've not been deferred, you've not been withdrawn or dismissed from the program, hey, it's not going to affect you, at least. That is what I believe. And once again, disclaimer, I'm not the mouthpiece for ALS. Like, this is not me saying it as in an official capacity. This is me just discussing it because you asked me to talk about something like that. Yeah. Anyway, so thank you. And I think today I've seen a lot of new names in the chat. I'm happy to have you all here. But still, today I'm yet to see Marilila and Tracy. Where are they hiding? And some other members of the crew. I didn't see them yesterday and I'm not seeing them today. What is happening? I hope it is not light out where they are. Okay. So once again, we are here to start another session. It's going to be a wonderful day and we're going to learn a lot, and I hope you all are ready to really learn. I mean, learn a lot doesn't mean I'm coming to teach right now. What it means is that get ready, get your pens, your books, your laptops, anything that you really use for what is it called learning, okay, and get rid of all sort of distractions. If you are using your laptop to join me on this session and you think your phone is going to be a distraction, get rid of it. So I have been training myself to try and focus very well to help me what is it called to help me learn when I really want to learn. So I think as part of the recommendations, book recommendations that came last week or last 2 weeks, some of you recommended that I start reading Deep Work by Cal Newport. And it's one of the books that I've heard so much about. I've actually listened to Cal Newport talk about the book and talk about the concept of deep work and the concept of focused learning, So I'm really interested in it and I'm looking forward to reading that book this month. But I'm saying this to also motivate every one of you that if you really want to learn and understand things, the first important thing you want to do is to ensure that you are focused whilst learning. And that's the essence of these streams that we are doing for us to help you focus. Okay. So please get rid of any sort of distractions. If where you are is noisy, find a place that is not noisy. Find a good seat, and preferably when you're learning, you want to be seated like wow, right? that's that's why I had to invest money into getting this kind of setup so that I'm comfortable enough when not even right now I'm still looking for a more comfortable seat because this seat doesn't look so comfortable to me, you know. But what I'm saying is make sure you get like a very comfortable place to sit. You are ready out of all distractions and let's get ready to learn. Are you ready? And what are you learning today? So drop it in the chat. Let me know what are you learning today? What are you learning today? So hurry up. We are starting in about what's the time? Oh, we should be started by now because we didn't start early, but in 3 minutes. Yes, what are you all learning today? I asked for what you're learning because then I can give you pointers. I mean, pointers as in tips, if there are any, that will guide you and also probably ask you questions or, yeah, something like that. C static libraries. Okay. Remini says, I'm learning C static libraries. Right, yeah. I mean, I think, was it last week? Last week, we had someone on the stream who was also learning static libraries in C. And I mentioned that I remember I did a live, yeah, like a session that was a POD session on static libraries. And yeah, I think the concept of library. Anyway, we'll talk about it once we are on break or something. So just keep on dropping what you are learning today. Let's keep track of it. Then during the break, we can talk about them. Malloc, okay, yeah, that's dynamic memory allocation. That's pretty cool. I think yesterday someone was also learning it. And oh, you're also revising static libraries, Axie and V and Malloc. Oh, I see. So a lot of you are learning C. Where are the Python folks? Yep. All right. So let me bring up the timer. We're going to have our timer up, and we're going to go for 60 minutes learning, focus learning. So you see me, I'll be diving into my stuff. I probably would be interacting with some learners along the line, but for the next 60 minutes, let's get things done. Oh, okay. The Python squad have come revising OOP. All right, that's good to know. In fact, yesterday I was teaching before I jumped off the call with the learners yesterday. I think I was introducing them to OOP in JavaScript. So yeah, I mean that's pretty cool. Okay, so all the best, everyone. Please focus and learn. You have joined the stream to be motivated to learn. So please get the actual learning done. Don't be fidgeting here and there. I see you all. I have to open my spiritual eyes to see you all. Then when you start moving away from what you are learning, and my spirit will be prompted. Anyway, yeah, so guys, please remember, if you have any questions, just drop the question in the chat at any point in time, and we will discuss it at that time. On that note, all the best in the studies. Get started now, and let's get back to our discussion in 60 minutes time. break time. Break time, please. Yeah. So it's break time, and where is everybody? So let's see what chat we have here. Um. Oh, Hino says is going to start JavaScript next week. Okay, that's interesting. And one of, I mean, a lot of people fear JavaScript, but I remember saying yesterday that it's one language that you can't do away with if you want to do anything web related. So whether you are doing back end or front end, at least some element of JavaScript goes a long way. If you are a full back end engineer and you probably are working with say Python, then you may not necessarily need JavaScript. But it doesn't hurt to have a good knowledge of JavaScript. I mean, it's a plus for everybody, like, especially if you consider yourself as a full stack engineer. That's one that you should really like look at. It's very important. You should really look at that. Very, very important. Okay, let's see what we have. Yeah, Nancy. Hi, Nancy. Welcome to the stream. So, I mentioned, yes, those of you who join the stream and are not learning when you are supposed to be learning, that my spiritual eye is looking at all of you. Very, very soon, I'll be giving some people knocks. Hey, stop. Stop what you're doing. You said you wanted to learn. Keep learning. Yes. So you start seeing me behind you. Instead of learning, you are there playing. Keep learning. Yep. All right. Then Aisha Ifan says, "Hello. I really like the way you deliver concepts. Glad to hear that, Aisha, and thank you." Says, "I'm a good learner. I have learned C language, but problem is I am slow learner. Is there a way to learn fast?" This is really a topic that I'm interested in regarding how fast someone can learn. So just to take Aisha, I hope you're around and you get to hear my thoughts on that. So just to take your word for it, the first part of your statement says, "I'm a good learner." So I presume that there's that state that you use, like the way that you used to learn, and you think that it is okay for you. I mean, like you're a good learner. That means when you learn at that pace, it works fine for you. So you already have like structures and measures you have put in place to determine like your performance when it comes to learning. So you grade yourself as a good learner. The problem that you have, according to what you have said here, is the pace at which you learn. And I think that the pace at which you learn can can be revised. I mean, what's important to me is that, oh, okay, sure. So what's important to me is that you have that m- what's the best way to put this? Like you already have a way to measure your performance. Okay. So now the next thing is for you to try speeding up. Like, I mean, the gurus out there have their suggestions on how to learn fast, learn every skill in just 1 minute, and all of those things. But I think to make it more practical, you have to personalize everything you're doing. And what I'm referring to is, when you learn slowly, Okay, say it takes you 3 hours to learn this concept. When you know, like when you have learned it, you know that you have learned it. There is a way that you are able to tell that you have learned it. For me, my philosophy is I can only say I know something confidently if I'm able to teach somebody who doesn't know it for the person to understand. So that's how I measure my own performance when it comes to learning. Do I really understand this? If I'm able to explain it to other people, then it means I understand. And sometimes I don't necessarily need to have people around to explain it, right? Like I can write an article on it, I can record a video on it, or sometimes I even talk it aloud, just trying to uh, talk as if somebody was sitting in front of me and trying to explain. If I find myself struggling, then I know that I don't really understand that. So, what I'm interested in is for you to have said that you're a good learner. That means that there's a measure, there is a way that you're able to track your performance when it comes to learning. So, using that same measure, can you now just try speeding up? So, what exactly do you mean when you say you're a slow learner? Is it that your reading pace, are you reading or are you watching videos? Do you have to use multiple resources? Like what is causing you to be slow? All right, so that's the first thing that you want to identify, that okay, maybe because I read slowly, is there a way for me to just increase the pace at which I'm reading? So say you are reading, like what you reading, you're reading say 10 pages every 2 hours. Can you aim to read, say, 12 pages in 2 hours and still measure your performance and see if there is any change? Because the shortcut that they will give you may not necessarily work for you ideally. So you always start with your baseline. This is my baseline. I do, say, 10 pages in 2 hours, and this is how I perform. So there is a measurement to how you're performing. Therefore, you go out there and try. Instead of 10 pages, can you do try 12 pages? Focus on getting 12 pages done in those 2 hours. And yeah, I mean, if you were reading very slow, can you try just increasing it? Or most of the time you realize that even though you're saying a slow learner, you probably haven't even timed yourself learning before. So this is a time for you to start measuring. Okay, there's a quote that says what can be measured can be improved. And unfortunately, a lot of us do not measure a lot of the things we do. So we don't think about any form of improvement, or we think that it is not possible to improve upon them. So if you want to improve on anything, that's the first thing you want to do. Be able to measure it. So if you are referring to your studies being slow in learning, then let's put some time to it. How long does it take you to consume a single page? Okay, for you to be able to say that, oh yeah, I learned this page and I understood it, or I understand it per your own measurement criteria or performance rating criteria. You understood this, well, you took 1 hour to read that one page. The next time, can you try to read that one page in 58 minutes? Just some incremental changes, not huge, but I try, at least you try to optimize it slightly over time, and with time you become better. Okay, for watching YouTube videos or any video for that matter, what I personally have learned to do now is to watch the videos with a 1.25 speed. So on YouTube, you are able to choose the playback speed for every video you're watching. So instead of watching it with the normal speed, now that is where, because I've been doing this for a while now, that's where I mostly am. And my goal is to be able to get to the point where I consume videos in a speed of say 1.5 or even 2. And that means that if the video is say um 10 minutes, I should be able to finish that video in 5 minutes. So I can watch longer videos but in shorter time. And that is if you are able to really pick out the details like that. Even audio reading, listening to audiobooks, there are people who train themselves to be able to listen at a faster rate. And this is just through incremental changes. So don't just jump from your baseline right now to the highest you can possibly. Try the next highest. So for me, when I'm watching YouTube videos, I intentionally now put the YouTube videos at 1.25 to train myself. Sometimes it's difficult. I have to slow some down. I have to play back and rewatch some parts, but I'm forcing my brain to pick it up at 1.25 speed. So that's exactly what you can equally do when it comes to getting better at learning or learning faster. That's your goal. So you should be able to measure how long it took you to learn a particular concept or a particular number of pages, or how long it took you to cover a certain concept. Okay, once you've been able to measure this, then now you know, okay, for me to have read this number of pages, I use this number of hours. Let me try and optimize. This time around, I'm going to time myself and do this in this number of hours. Cut down that. Once you are measuring that, your brain is likely going to pick up things. Okay. And that's one of the advantage, no, that's one of the things I recommend. The other thing that I recommend, which personally helps me, is when I'm learning a new concept, the first thing is I want to have a general idea of the concept, like where exactly does this concept fall into my existing knowledge, so that I can relate and I can connect them to something I already know. And how I do this is usually, if it is an absolutely new concept, I probably go to YouTube and watch a video, maybe where they are using this practically, how this is applied, and just watch a video that is a short overview of it. It's not like the technical nitty gritties of what I want to learn, but just an overview of it. Where does this fall within the scope of things that I'm supposed to learn? And how does it relate to any other thing that I already know? So sometimes just by watching a video at a very fast rate, I probably do not fully understand what they are saying in that video, but then it gives my brain some kind of information about it. And that means that when I begin learning it, I'm able to connect some of the dots, especially because the general overview had me let me with a lot of questions. Like I came up with a lot of questions, or because I didn't understand, oh, I saw all of these things that they did in that video, but I didn't understand. So when I begin to read on the concept, or even watch tutorials on it, or read documentations, then now I have good context, and it's a kind of hasting how I pick up concepts. The other thing is to discuss with other people. So certain concepts are there when you want to learn it by yourself. It's going to take a very long time for you to learn it. But then it becomes easier when you hear from other people's perspective about it. So what you can do is, as soon as you start learning something, you can easily discuss what you have already picked up with people. So, like for instance, having this session right now, if I was learning any new thing, I could do such that as soon as I'm done and I come for the break session, we are going to discuss what I was learning, and I'll try probably explaining it to you and hearing back from you, your feedback on it, to know whether I'm really understanding what I'm learning or not. And it helps me put things in perspective and easily, like, yeah, speeds up the process of picking up these concepts. So those are a few things that I can say about how to improve the speed of learning. Hi, Mr. Robot. Hi, Mr. Robot. That's interesting. That's an interesting name. Yep. So, Mr. Robot, what's up? Nice to have you on the stream. How is it going, everyone? Any Our break is over now. But any other questions before I jump off to another focus session? Any concerns? Any questions? Ooh. Okay, so I guess we're going to go back to our focus session. If you have any questions, you drop them in a chat and I would respond to it as soon as we are done with the next focus session. So we're going to learn and come back for discussion in 60 minutes. Another break is here. What's going on? How is studies going? Uh, Mohammed says hi. Can I ask you a question? Yeah, sure. So that's why I had the pinned message there that at any point in time you have a question, just go ahead and ask the question. And once we are done with the focus session, I'll respond to it. So it just happened to finish the focus session now and ready to answer questions. If you had asked, I probably would have responded to it by now. How is it going, everyone? I have a meeting in 6 minutes, so I'll probably be jumping to the meeting soon. And yep, what is going on? Where is everybody? Is everybody hiding today? Where are you? What is going on today? Ooh. So, anyone who has any questions or anything that they want us to discuss can put it in the chat for us to discuss. Okay. Yeah, great. No question. Then let me quickly use the washroom and come back. Break time, please. I'm wondering where everybody is hiding today. Where are you, everybody? That's interesting. Break time, please. Everybody is missing today. Okay. At least finally I got a response. Okay. Osaro. Hi Osaro. Nice to know that you are here. I didn't know where everybody went to. I was trying to figure it out. Anyway, how is it going? How is it going? Ba, ba, bum. Ooh. Oh, okay. Uh, Glad to know. Hi, Erasmus. Welcome. Ooh, you are late today. Enoch says we are here. Enoch, how is the learning going? You said you were learning OOP. Yeah, revising OOP. How is it going? I need to jump into a meeting shortly. Okay. Says we're good. Most of us from my cohorts have just begun the simple shell project, so it's taking most of our time. Oh, okay. I know, right? Simple shell is quite a big project and quite time intensive. So I understand. I mean, but yeah, let's give you more of a motivation. Okay. Yeah, keep going, keep going. It's we choose to do hard things because those hard things are what set us apart from the others. Oh, Erasmus, you're starting portfolio projects. That's interesting. That is really interesting and cool. Well, what are you intending to build? Erasmus, what are you intending to build? So guys, I may have to jump into the meeting because the meeting has already started. So you may I don't know if I'll be talking in the meeting but okay, let me join with my tablet. Oh, an e-commerce website. Interesting. Are you looking at a specific niche, like an e-commerce website for a specific thing, or just any product at all? Oh, I need to join this meeting. That's my calendar. Okay. Hold on, I'm coming. Oh, oh, okay. Yeah. So I hope you can still hear me. So I may I okay, it's about 4 minutes more, but I may have to break for the meeting. So let's continue our conversation during the next break. Hopefully in 64 minutes. Okay. All right. So let's keep working. Hi, 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 hi. So we're back to another break. We're back to another break. Ooh. Mm. So, all right, Erasmus. Okay, so you said you are using Django for the project and for a hair product. Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, that's cool. So keep us posted on how it goes. I think Django is a cool framework to use because of the admin dashboard that it comes with. Because ideally, when you're building a product like that, you'd one of the key things is the admin dashboard, especially if it is going to be used by people who do not have any knowledge of coding and the likes. So a framework that comes with an admin dashboard out of the box is really cool. Though, I mean, when you want to really make something very customized, you may want to build your own dashboard. But yeah, for simple projects like that, I think that is cool. Hi, Asma. Glad to have you here. You saw Erasmus here. I see. Yeah. Oh, well, Asma, is today your birthday? I haven't been on Facebook in ages now. So I don't know what's going on. If today is your birthday, then happy birthday to you. It's being distracted by birthday calls. Steven Ada says you're not saying anything, just showing what you are doing. Is this how the session works? So Steven, I guess you are new here. You're welcome. Yes, so we have 60 minutes focus session, then we take a break and have our discussion. So what you met was the focus session where everyone is expected to be focused learning or working depending on what you're doing at that point in time. Then during the break time, just as we have right now, would discuss whatever comes up and whatever we're supposed to discuss. Yep, Hinok said, okay, thanks, Hinok, for responding to that. Yeah, so that is where yesterday, so yesterday we were working on our projects, right? Yeah, so the platform that we are trying to build together, and I was trying to explain some things to you. We were doing that yesterday. Today I'm supposed to continue, but then I have one project that I'm supposed to work on at work, and that's what I'm coming to work on right now. So we may have to push it to another time. Also, for our streams on Fridays, this week is very unlikely that we'll have a stream on Friday. I'm starting lectures from tomorrow, and Friday the whole day I have lectures, so won't be available for the stream. However, subsequent ones, I mean, anytime that's why I didn't make the Friday one like something that is constant, the time. So as and when we announce that there's going to be a stream on Friday, then we have. But this coming Friday is highly unlikely because I may be in class throughout the period. Anyway, any other thing for us to discuss today? Yesterday I was reading on some some basic JavaScript stuff, and I started thinking about those ones, and especially those who want to learn JavaScript. Maybe I'll start uh, recording some sessions on that to break those concepts down. Try my best. One thing that I'm looking forward to doing is recording a video that I'm going to be publishing on YouTube whilst I'm live like this. Like I'm doing a live stream and recording, showing you the exact process of how I record a YouTube video. But then hey, I just it looks interesting to me. So I look forward to being able to do something like that. But until then, we haven't done yet that yet. Mm, okay, let me try. So right now, one of the things that I'm supposed to do. Let me share my screen. Mm, share my main screen. Yep. Okay. So one of the things that I'm supposed to do, I'm going to be building a website soon, and uh, it's going to be a basic one. So this is one what's it called, framework that is developed by Facebook, or Meta as they are called now. It's developed by Meta, and it's used for creating documentation websites. Pretty easy, I mean, if you know how to use it. And essentially you can just use Markdown to create the content of your documentation website. Okay, that's the same. Is this the framework that I use to create prealssc.com? So this site was actually created by hmm, this site was actually created by using the framework known as Dokusaurus. Dokusaurus is a framework by Facebook, and that's what I used to create this. So as you can see, when you come here, it's just like a documentation site, and the content here was done by Markdown. I think there was another website, right? Intro to okay, ALS intro to C. This other one too was done with the same framework, the Kusaros framework. That's exactly what I used to build this. So now I'm going to build another one. Ooh. Why are we? Oh, come to think of it, I think we should just leverage and use this. Oh my, I don't even know why I should create a new one. Yeah, I think we should probably just update this, the preparatory guide, so that learners can use this instead. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I was going to build a new one, but now I'm convinced that I don't need to build a new one. So this is the framework that I used. Any of you who is interested, if you know Markdown, you can use this framework to build anything. Like I mean, what you can be used to build. So most of the documentation sites out there, like here we have Agolia Doc Search, and I think one that I've used before is the React Native one. So all of these have been built by using Dokusaurus. Okay, so this is that. You go to their, I'm sure their guides. Yeah, so something like this was built with Dokusaurus. So you can use it to create pretty much nice, neat, content heavy sites. All right, let me look at your in the chat. What we have? Oh, okay. Hinox says It will be great. We are starting JavaScript Monday. Yeah, I know, right? But I don't know if I'm starting anytime soon. I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. The thing about me is I don't like to take up too much so that it becomes overwhelming and I don't want to do it. Like as soon as I take something up, I want to be able to do it and do it well. So yeah, still thinking about how best to deliver that. Madi says master student doing which course? So uh I'm reading sorry, let me turn off this thing. My main screen. Ooh, okay. So trying to read it. Says yeah, I'm reading masters in health informatics. And a lot of people will say, what is health informatics? I've explained it a couple of times here, but essentially it is using information or data to solve health problems, or using data, technology, information communication, all of those things to solve health problems. So that's the field, or what other people call digital health. So essentially that's what it is, digital health, or using data and information communication to solve health related problems. Yeah, so that's what I'm doing my master's in. Erasmus says, boss, when I run the Django server using the VS Code, my VS Code normally shuts down. Oh, interesting. I don't know about that. I really don't know about that. I don't know why VS Code will be shutting down. Haven't encountered that problem before. But does it have to do with like your computer, the resource on your computer in terms of CPU usage? Like, is your computer reading slow? On the top of my head, those are the only things I'm thinking about. Otherwise, uh, I don't know. But I'm guessing. Did you use a virtual environment? Like, did you create a virtual environment for the Django projects that you're working in? I remember uh one point in time I started learning Django and I even documented it. Let me see if I can share my screen and look for that. Ooh, I remember blog.awaniaobed.com. So there should be something about Django. Is it possible to search? Oh, there's no search feature here. Yeah. So I remember creating. Oh, that was October 2022. Interestingly enough, it means I started learning Django around this time and I stopped. Then in December, I decided to learn the main stack, and that's where I am now. Yeah, so I remember very well. If you have, you need to create a virtual environment, then activate the environment, then you can install Django in it, and now go ahead to create a project before you migrate there. Mm. Then you run the server. Anyway, it's been a while. You should subscribe to my own newsletter. That would be interesting. Subscribe to your own newsletter. Okay. Let me read what Erasmus said. Yes, I created the .env and Okay. Okay. So I'm still wondering why, but I mean, when the VS Code, let's assume it is crashing. So when the VS Code crashes, are you able to access the server itself? Like, is the Django app running in your browser? Is that the case, or give me more context? What's actually happening? Ooh, tadan tan, padam, dan, dan. Yep. So now I've had a change of mind. I was actually going to build that site. I literally installed, like, I just installed the, how is it called? Oh, it didn't even work. It said invalid templates. I'm even glad it didn't work because I'm going to stop. I'm not going to do it. No, 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 not again. Going to just update the other one and use it like that. Oh, where is this? Okay, it's up and running, but VS Code is not working. Interesting. And are you able to use any other code editor to access your project and make changes to it and the likes? And what happens when you try opening VS Code again? I mean, it's not a problem that I've encountered before. That's why I'm asking those questions to try and figure out if there is any reason why that would be happening. Mm, okay. Mm, so. Okay. PowerShell runs it and not plus plus to do the coding. Uh, so it's just VS Code that is giving you the problem. I really don't know why that would be the case. Okay. Let's see. Okay. 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 Coming. I wanted to show something. But does the VS Code crash with any other thing, like anything else? Otherwise, I don't know if you have any pending updates for VS Code that you can do. Uh, Uninstall it and reinstall any. But hey, please be mindful. Sometimes the setup that you have done, like in my case from my old PC, the setup I've done on VS Code, I'm sure if I uninstall it and I reinstall, I won't be able to remember every bit of it, like all the extensions that I have that is working. So you want to be very careful before uninstalling it. I wanted to show my screen and show something. Uh, let's see. Let me share my screen again and show this. Share my screen, main screen, push here. Then maybe turn on my camera. Okay. I don't know why this camera is so dark all the time. Meanwhile, it's not dark when I'm in course. Anyway, okay. All right. So what was I going to show? Yeah, Enoch. If you're still here, what I was going to suggest was there's this. I don't know if there's a book that the book I was using to read JavaScript on JavaScript yesterday. It was, I mean, really good. I didn't save it. Yeah, eloquent JavaScript, and I think it's really, at least the part that I read was very, is like, was well broken down, easy to understand. So I don't know if you can get access to the book in any shape or form. I think there is an online, wait, let me go to ALS intro to see. I think it is one of the materials we recommend. Start with these. Yeah, eloquent JavaScript. Yep. Oh, so it was just an article? Yeah, so you get the content of the book online. That's good. So yeah, let me drop the link for you. Okay. I'm pretty sure it should be in the resources for JavaScript. I'll go and look at it. Like, I'll look at the project for JavaScript. If it is not in there, then I'll include it. So this is the book. Okay. That's what I'm currently using to revise JavaScript. So please, I'm not saying that's the only resource, but then hey, you never know what you can get from it. So yeah, look at it. Yesterday I read just values, types, and operators, and even though, I mean, I know it, I understand it, but that's when you go over some of these things, they begin to make more sense. So some people think that you are going to learn it once and for all. I mean, right now I have enough time, I have the freedom to learn anything that I want to learn. So I can go back and learn it anytime I want. And I started reading this book yesterday, and I think I was enjoying it. The other books that I'm reading, especially with regards to advancing my knowledge when it comes to backend development with JavaScript. But there are certain times that you struggle to understand some of the things because your basics is shaky, like you don't have a full understanding of the background. So going back to some of the basics is always important, and I look forward to being able to read through these things all over again. Yeah, at least this time around when you are reading it, it's not as involving as, like, I mean, I'm referring to myself right now. It's not as involving as when you are reading it for the first time or you are now learning the language. A lot of these things, like the what I was reading concerning values, types, and operators, these are things I already know. Okay, but maybe there are some things that I may not know, so when I'm reading it, I'm not paying attention to those ones. But yeah, as soon as I can, I'm done with that. And today hopefully I'll be trying to read the next chapter, which is program structure, then some of these things. And yesterday, as I mentioned, I was teaching some of the learners JavaScript. So it only makes sense to always have the basis solidified so that when you are teaching, like, you have all those background to be able to teach them very well. Yep, I think that is it. There chapter 12 is very interesting, teaching you how to create your own programming language. No, I mean, I don't think it will be a robust programming language, but giving you that sense. And I think that even if you go through ALSSC, like what you go through to build the simple shell is like what people will go through when they are trying to craft what is it called, when they are trying to craft programming languages. So if you really take it serious, man, you are up to something. Okay. All right. So any other concern? It's 1:36. I may go out for lunch, go and rest my legs and stretch small, then come back to write some code before I close for the day. Any other thing that you want us to discuss? Oh, Erasmus said you have a copy of that book. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty cool. Yeah. So one thing that I personally do is I read to get much more understanding. So there are times that I just watch like I watch videos or yeah, those kind of things to get an understanding, basic understanding of what I want. But for me to really understand something and be able to use it and teach it very well, like I prefer I read the books, I get all the nitty gritties about something, or even read the documentations and the like. So yeah, I I like reading. I mean, I wish everybody liked reading anyway. Okay, so hi. See, if there are no other questions from me, then we'll probably be bringing the session to an end. Here, 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 now, and here. Turn off this and turn off this. Okay. Push to the front. Good. Ooh. So, in the absence of further deliberations, I, Ahonia Obed. Why, Erasmus, you don't like reading? Interesting. I mean, I when I was way younger, I always used to say I don't like reading subjects, like subjects that involved a lot of reading. I don't know if it has changed. It hasn't really changed, but now I pay more attention. Like I read a lot, but then the reading is not, I'm not reading because somebody is forcing me to read. I'm reading because I've chosen to read this thing. Like I'm interested in it and I'm reading. And at least with these things that we're learning, for instance, you watch say a 10 minutes YouTube video. This person, for the person to have given you those 10 minutes of the video, they would have read through several materials, like tried several things, experimented with several things, and they try to condense all of this knowledge into 10 minutes, even though that knowledge ideally will not fit into 10 minutes. Okay, so for the videos, they are usually like to bring you up to speed on things, but if you want an in-depth understanding, you may have to be able to read for yourself and also try the things out, because I think the experiment is what makes the difference. So even if you are not reading, like you have to be experimenting a lot. And if you want to be able to teach it to people, I think you would have to try and read. Otherwise, if it is just for your own uses and practical uses, I think the more important part is the experiment, like you doing it. So you can watch the videos and get the understanding, but make sure you are doing more. So we have a lot of people who end up watching videos and like you watch this video, you finish, you go and watch this, you finish, you go and watch this. I can say for a fact that when I wanted to learn um React JS and I think when I was switching to Next.js, like I just wanted to understand. So I watched several videos. And the very day that I wanted to create my first Next.js application, forget it. It was as if I've never learned anything before. So what's more important? If I think for me, because I want to be able to go and teach it, that's why the reading is a big thing for me. But if not to go and teach it and it's just for your work, I think what's most important is the experiments. But you still should be able to read. Please first watch then read. I mean, if that's your principle, that works. It really works. If at the end of the day, what's important is for you to have like in-depth knowledge about what you really know. So I could ignore like the chapter that I read yesterday. I could have ignored it because I already know these things in JavaScript. It is not new to me. I know them already. So why am I even spending time on it? But by rereading those ones and thinking through them again, it makes things easier for me, especially when I want to explain it to other people. So yeah, that's what I mean by what I mean. And yeah, maybe going forward, we'll see if I'll be able to teach any of the JavaScript stuff, because as I said, I haven't taught JavaScript publicly before. I think yesterday was the first time where I taught a group of learners JavaScript. Uh, it is the programming language that I want to have as my primary programming language. So I think it only makes sense for me to teach more of that. So yeah, I'll try my best and see if I can put together a series on JavaScript. Hi, welcome to the first JavaScript lesson from Ewenia Obed. I'm happy to guide you through this lesson. Today in this lesson, what are we learning? We are learning. I've started recording. Are you here? I've started recording. Sit down, get your pen and paper. So whatever I say, anyway, yeah, that's just by the way. So thank you so much for choosing to spend your time with me, and also I'm hopeful that you use the time to learn as you were supposed to learn, and you've been able to make good use of the 4 hours and 35 minutes or so that we have been live. And tomorrow is another day. We're going to continue learning. We're going to continue or have further discussions. So I look forward to seeing you all here on the chat tomorrow. And please again, keep learning if you are not too tired. Yeah. Like, keep learning. I'm actually taking a break, and the interesting thing is, even when I close from work, I have other things outside, like programming that I'm going to be learning, reading, teaching myself machine learning. So I make time to go and read on those ones. Yeah. So please, I am motivating you and showing you exactly how I am doing it, so that it doesn't seem as if I talk the talk and you don't know whether I walk it or not. Okay, so yeah. Oluwatobi Noah says I'm stuck with ALS. What do you mean by you are stuck with ALS? Why, ALS arrested you or what? Well, yeah, I mean, well, what's the problem, Noah? What's the problem? I was about to jump off, but let me hear from you before I go. What is the problem, and what do you mean by you're stuck with ALS? So Guys, please and please and please again. This is just, especially for those of you who are doing ALS, it's just 1 year. If you focus on the 1 year period, I mean, whatever cohort you are in, however months you're left with, if you really focus for that particular period, you ignore all the things that are happening out there. The last time I wrote a tweet that FOMO, which is FOMO, fear of missing out, will actually let you miss out on a lot of potentials or things that you can really benefit from. So you probably are scared that this 1 year that you are coming to hide and steady, a lot of things you are losing up on, a lot of things. Oh, you are not watching this, you are not playing this, you are not going this. But if you really focus within that period and make sure that you have that requisite experience and skill set, such that after 1 year you are really like a software engineer, not the CP type. You understand? I know the ALS learners will understand what we mean by the CP type. You are a real software engineer, not the CP type, and you can take almost any project on without fear. I mean, you'll be proud of yourself, and after that 1 year, you have access to all of those things. It's totally up to you. Like right now, I can decide to, after work, go and be playing around and do all of anything I want. But hey, I got my mindset on a big target, and I need to keep learning to make that happen. And that is why it's one of the reasons why this stream is important, so that I will also motivate you as well to keep your focus and keep achieving greater things, because together we all must win. Noah, I've been waiting for close to 1 minute, no response yet. I'm about to end the stream. Ooh, I just wanted to understand what you mean and see if there was anything I could offer, but I think I've got to go. So tomorrow we'll be here. If you missed out on today's opportunity, tomorrow we'll be here. So you can join us during tomorrow's session, and we'll have a chat about whatever the problem is. So I'll catch you all tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you so much. And I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Bye bye.